YouTube, you ready? Okay, good morning, everyone. I'm about to call our regular meeting Tuesday, October 19th at 10 a.m. to order. Sheriff, would you like to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? And after our invocation will be done by Richard Standage from the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Our kind and gracious Heavenly Father, we are indeed grateful to be before Thee this day and this governing body. We are grateful for all the blessings we enjoy in this promised land, land of freedom. And as we approach the Thanksgiving season, let us always remember how many ways we are fortunate in this land in which we live. At this time, we ask a blessing upon those who are our supervisors, elected and also appointed, and those who labor with them as fellow servants and employees of the county. We ask Thee to bless them with wisdom and insight, as well as foresight into the future, as needs have shown us that we will need to prepare for various contingencies that will be upon us, as has been in the past. We ask for civility and Thy Spirit to guide and direct us, that we might not be contentious, for those attributes are not of Thee, but of the opposition. We pray for those who are in the service of providing protection for our country, from our soldiers to our sheriffs and deputies to our policemen and highway patrolmen. We ask Thee Thy protecting hand over them, for they are often in peril, and many have fallen. And we ask Thy blessings upon this meeting, that all those who participate will do so in good faith and conscience. And these things we ask Thee as Thy children, in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Thank you very much. Okay, moving on, we have a presentation. Public recognition of 2 employees through the county Spotlight on Employees program as followed. John Luz, yes, and Bruce Tanner. Good morning, Erica.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. As mentioned, we did have 2 employees nominated. They actually received the same nomination. But starting off, the nomination read, so mailroom staff had concerns about EC working intermittently in the county Trailblazer. I was able to test drive the vehicle and confirm there was an issue. After popping the hood, I noticed there was no coolant. John Luz from the shop arrived to check the coolant level, motor oil, and transmission fluid, taking the time to explain what he was looking for and finding. He added some coolant and suggested going to the shop so he could run a few more technical tests. After arriving at the shop with John Luz, Bruce walked over to ask about the vehicle. Shop bays appeared full, staff busy with other repairs and maintenance, but I was impressed that Bruce went out of his way to assure me that the Trailblazer was good to go. I've been consistently impressed with your staff over the past 3 years working for the county. I'm glad that a luckily minor vehicle issue today gave me an opportunity to meet 2 more. And this was submitted by Paul Walterbeck. So John is with, of course, Public Works, and he's been with the county 1 year and 2 months. John, if you wanted to. And if you'd like to say.
No. Thank you.
All right, thank you, John. And Bruce Tanner is with Public Works as well. He's been with the county 15 years and was unable to make it today, but we'll make sure he gets this. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll bet he's at work, though. Comments, Supervisor Christian.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Erica, and thank you, John and Bruce. We do have a lot of great employees with Gila County, and it's great that we can spotlight them and appreciate them in that way. Thank you for your service.
Supervisor Klein.
Thank you, John. And Erica, thanks for doing this, bringing these folks forward. It's really good. So good deal.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's a great program, and we appreciate the employees that help us help the constituents. It makes it for a great team. So thank you very much, Erica.
Certainly does. Thank you all.
Appreciate it. Okay, moving on to 3, public hearing, information, discussion, action to consider a liquor license application. County number LL-21-06 submitted by Angela Mary Christensen for a new Series 10 beer and wine license with an interim permit to operate at Rye Country Store, 200 North Gila Road, Suite 2 in Rye, and issue a recommendation to the Arizona Department of Liquor License and Control whether the license should be granted. Marion Shepherd, good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairman Humphrey and board members. As you are aware, every time we get a liquor license application, we do an internal review whereby we send the application to the building permitting department and the health department. They let us know if there's any issues with any permitting permits they have on their side. And we also send the application to the Gila County Treasurer, and she lets us know if the applicant is current on taxes for any property owned in Gila County. Everything went fine. I have not received any written objection. So what you need to do is just have the public hearing to see if anyone objects. And really it applies to those living within a 1-mile radius of the subject property. And this is the Rye Country Store, and it's on Gila Road in Rye. The applicant has already, she applied for a new liquor license for the beer and wine, to serve beer and wine, but she also got an interim permit to operate. And as always, it is the State Department of Liquor Licenses and Control that makes the final decision on all liquor license applications.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Comments from the board?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't really have any questions or comments other than this Angela Maria Christensen is not a relative of mine, just to be clear.
I'm good, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Public hearing. Do we have any call from the public in Payson?
No, we do not.
And I see we have no public here to comment. So I will close the public hearing. Call for motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move to recommend that the Arizona Department of Liquor Licenses and Control approve the liquor license application submitted by Angela Maria Christensen for Rye Country Store.
And I'll second that, Mr. Chair.
Having a motion second, all in favor do so by saying aye.
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 Aye. Item was approved unanimously. Moving on to regular agenda item 4. A, information discussion action to adopt proclamation number 2021-02 proclaiming October 23rd through October 31st, 2021 as Red Ribbon Week in Gila County. Mr. Klein, you don't have your red ribbon on.
Nope, it's
Okay,
right here.
there you go. Okay, good.
It's right here. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this was brought to us by Julie Craig, and Julie's here this morning. I'd heard a little bit about this, but I didn't know a whole lot about it. And so what I'm going to do, just to let you guys know, and I'm sure the sheriff may want to chime in a little bit too, but I'm going to read you some background information on this. The Red Ribbon Campaign was started by the National Family Partnership, NFP, when drug traffickers in Mexico City murdered DEA agent Kiki Camarena in 1985. In response to the murder of Agent Camarena, angered parents and youth in communities across the country began wearing red ribbons as a symbol of their commitment to raise awareness for the killing and destruction caused by the drugs in America. In 1988, NFP sponsored the first National Red Ribbon celebration. Today, the Red Ribbon serves as a catalyst to mobilize communities to educate youth and encourage participation in drug prevention activities. The mission of the Red Ribbon campaign is to present a unified and visible commitment towards the creation of a drug-free America. So, Julie, do you have anything you want to chime in here on and let us know where you're going, what you're doing with this week?
Thank you for stepping up to the mic. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairman and members of the board. Thank you so much for helping us bring this information to our communities. We do have some things that we're doing next week with some of the youth in our area. We're teaching a program currently called Too Good for Drugs in several schools, including Globe High School. We're also in Young, in Pine, in Payson, and in Tonto Basin. We'll be doing kind of like a poster contest with the younger grades in Young, Pine, and Tonto Basin and Payson to have them just tell us what it looks like to them to be drug-free. And this year's theme is Drug-Free Looks Like Me. So we're really excited to bring that to the younger youth. It's very important for us to talk to those that are under the age of 12 because the national age of onset where most youth start trying drugs and alcohol is 13. In Arizona, it is 12. So we're trying really hard to work with those younger ages as well as the junior high and high school ages to talk to them about the dangers of underage drinking and substance abuse. So we really appreciate your support. And I also want to thank the Gila County Sheriff's Office and the Gila County Narcotics Task Force team as they're doing an excellent job in seizing a lot of these drugs that are coming through our county. We've seen fentanyl on the rise. There's a new meth in town called Meth 2.0, which we're trying to do some education on, and the counterfeit pills are extremely bad. In Arizona, we're seeing a lot of teenage deaths due to overdose from fentanyl. So we really appreciate the opportunity to bring this information forward. So Arizona Youth Partnership and the Copper Basin Coalition, thank you.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Christensen.
Well, thank you for that presentation and the program. Thank you, Woody, for bringing that to us. And yeah, I'll proudly wear my red ribbon and support that process.
So I think it's a good deal. And Mr. Chair, I don't know if Sheriff, do you want to say anything towards this?
Not hardly ever at a loss for words. When I speak in front of people about this topic, of course, things that are going on drug-wise in our communities, surprisingly, I'll ask them, I'll say, I want you to raise your hand, but only raise your hand if you have never had any illegal drugs or some kind of an overdose or somebody that's had trouble with particularly illegal drugs. Raise your hand up if none of that has affected you ever in your life. And I can tell you, I see very, very few hands, if at all, because it's somebody's suffered that with a grandson, with a friend, with something along their lives. So we can see that it's not something that's easy to eradicate or control. I was in a meeting one time with the governor, and I said, the problem that we look at with the drug war, if you will, the war on drugs, I don't really particularly like that term because it gives us the idea that we're going to fight that to a certain point and then we're going to be done with it and it'll be behind us. It took us 20 years with Afghanistan, but we finally did, right? It's behind us. That's never going to be the case in this case. So I support not only our own efforts, of course, of kind of being the hammer, but we need community type things. We need awareness. We need treatment programs. We need every single tool in the toolbox to try and deal with this because it's not going away. It's not going to be easy to control. We're never going to have any kind of control over it, and we need to stop thinking that way. We need to start thinking about preparing our youth, preparing people coming up, and giving them alternatives to get involved in this stuff and continue the fight that way. Because as we can see, not one thing in the quiver is effective enough to deal with it. So I appreciate these programs. We work with Julie all the time. And of course, as you well know, I'm before you quite a bit for programs that we run in the criminal justice system as the hammer, if you will. But I'm certainly not the type of a person that think we need to quit everything else and just use the hammer, because if that worked, everybody would be doing it. We need everything we've got. So that's what I got to say, so thank you very much.
Thank you, Sheriff. Thank you, Sheriff. Supervisor Klein, any further comment?
No. Thanks for both of you for your thoughts on that. I appreciate it.
Yeah, and I thank you very much for the program and bringing awareness. And I support it. I've got mine on. So thank you very much. Okay, if there's no further comments, I'll call for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I'll make the motion to adopt proclamation number 2021-02.
I will second.
Having a motion second, all in favor do so by saying aye.
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 Aye. Item was approved unanimously. Moving on to 4B, information, discussion, action to approve an intergovernmental agreement with other Arizona County School Superintendents to establish the Arizona Association of County School Superintendents for the purpose of establishing, managing, and operating the counties as a local educational agency serving as an educational service agency. Mr. Sandoval, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, supervisors. How are you this morning? This is actually a reestablishment. Every 10 years, we've been established for a long time. Every 10 years, it's reviewed and it's re-upped. So it is a pretty nimble organization. I've been really pleased with them. I think it's really helpful to have 15 county superintendents that can meet on a dime. We also employ Barry Aarons as a lobbyist, so it makes it, he is very knowledgeable. So when I have to get something done, like the thing we've been working with Young, I can call him. He can review our white paper. When there is something that comes up, it gives the opportunity to call an entity rather than an individual superintendent. Example, tomorrow we're going to meet with Governor Ducey on some issues. If we weren't in that association, Governor Ducey's chief deputy would be calling someone, but it allows him to call an individual, and then it's the kind of entity that's nimble where all 15 county superintendents can meet in one room. So you can be pretty influential like that. So I would really recommend re-upping with this. 13 other counties already have. One county is choosing not to, so it's not like you're opt-out, that we have no say or that you have to be part of it, but I think it's really important to continue to be part of it. So,
Thank you.
any questions?
Thank you very much. We'll find out. Supervisor Christensen, any questions or comments?
Thank you, Roy. By joining this, you feel it would be an advantage to what we're doing now?
Well, we're already in it.
Okay.
We've been in it for 10 years, and absolutely it'd be an advantage. So, for example, let's just say right now, Gila County is in the Board of Supervisors Association, right? Well, when you think about it, the number of Board of Supervisors in that association, when you guys get together, or if you're going to communicate with each other all around the state, you've got a lot of territory if you're going to try and communicate with all your other Board of Supervisors, right? Let's say it's a legislative issue, right? But for me, with this association, with 14 other superintendents, I know them all personally. I know where they stand on things, and I can communicate with them very quickly. So when you think about an advantage, right? And the ABCs, I use the word ABCs because everybody knows you got to get to the ABEC and ABOS and ACO and ATRA and ABCs to make something happen politically. my organization, just to make a comparison, even though your organization is very influential, obviously, the board of supervisors, that my organization is really nimble in that I can get to all of them, find out where they're going, and make a call to a legislature and say, hey, I and 14 other superintendents think this is bad legislation. See why that's advantageous? Makes you really nimble.
So today, you're just asking for an IGA though, right? I mean,
Right.
That's
all.
okay.
That's all.
Right.
And it's really a renewal of the IGA.
I see. Okay. Thank you, Roy.
Supervisor Klein.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I agree, Roy. There's no reason not to be in it, so,
Thank you.
yep.
Yeah, I think it's a great thing. Rural Arizona is left out of so much, and so any way we can build a voice, like you say, to be able to be heard by the governor, and is a great thing. So I support it greatly.
Very good. Thank you so much.
You bet. And if there's no further questions, then I will call for a motion.
I'll move, Mr. Chairman, to approve the intergovernmental agreement for the Arizona Association of County School Superintendents.
And I'll second that.
Having a motion second, all in favor, do so by saying aye.
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 Aye. Item was approved unanimously.
Thank you very much.
Very much, Mr. Sandoval. Okay, information discussion, moving on to 4C. Information discussion, action to approve site lease agreement number 080221-1, 5 Mile High radio equipment with RIM Communications, whereby the Sheriff's Office will lease the site and radio equipment for $1,443.19 per month from July 1st, 2021 to June 30th, 2024, with an increase of 4% to the monthly fee at the end of each year term. Sarah White, good morning.
Good morning. How are you, Chairman and members of the board? I just come before you. This is a renewal of a lease agreement that we've had with RIM Communication for quite some time. This serves for our communications that we use up in Pine Strawberry and down into the Payson area. This will be a 5-year agreement, 3 with the option of 2 1-year renewals. Just note that there is an annual increase of 4% at the end of each anniversary date. With that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you. So, Supervisor Christensen, questions?
Thank you, Sarah. I have no questions.
Supervisor Klein?
Neither do I, thanks.
Yeah, I was just wondering, I guess I don't understand why they come up with the 4% at the end of every year, because once it's 4% and then that 4% grows and grows and grows and grows. So the increments grow as the lease carries on. And so I was just kind of curious on why they didn't just change the months, the monthly lease to be a certain amount every year as they go forward with the 5-year lease. But that's probably not something you can answer. It was just curiosity to me.
Now, what we can do, though, is at the end of the anniversary date increase, if you guys want to go back and change it in a year, we can definitely look at that and see what our options are with them.
Okay. And I guess with this lease agreement, then they're keeping up the radio equipment and the site and things, or will that be the responsibility of the sheriff's office?
Let's see, it says that they take care of all the electric, all of the equipment that's housed in there, and I believe that they keep up on the generator that's there as well.
Okay, site maintenance?
Tim is standing up.
All right.
So I might be misspeaking.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you being here at our meeting today and stepping up to the microphone. You have the floor. Go ahead. Introduce yourself, please.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, the facility where it is this is the building that houses the equipment. The sheriff's office is responsible for the maintenance of the repeaters inside, along with all the cabling and everything up on the tower with the antennas. The generator does belong to Gila County. it does supply power to the building. The previous owner of it, or RIM Communication, signed that over to the county, I believe, about 8-9 years ago. So the generator itself belongs to Gila County, but the building our equipment is housed in is in RIM Communications communication shelter.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Marion, did you get his name? Okay. Sir, would you give us your name for the record, please?
Tim Scott.
Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Do you, Supervisor Christian Klein, do you have any questions while he's up the mic?
No, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay,
Sarah, is
so-
that?
Yeah, I
That do
stand
it?
corrected. This is
Okay.
for the lease site of the building only. Everything else belongs to Gila County, and we maintain it.
Okay, yeah, and I'd just like to know the maintenance costs at the end of a year, so we know kind of where we're at and where we're going.
Sure.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And if there's no further questions, I'll call for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I'd make the motion to approve the site lease agreement number 080221-1.
I will second.
Having a motion second, all in favor, do so by saying aye.
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 Aye. Item was approved. There you go. Okay, moving on to D, information discussion action to authorize the chairman's signature on the necessary documents required by the National Resource Conservation Service to receive funding through Emergency Watershed Protection Program in the amount of $8,230,029.75. Homer Villa, good morning.
Good morning, Chairman. Good morning, Board. Good to be here. Actually, this is good news. We have NRCS has agreed to fund some of our projects. We currently are in the process of working on Reno Creek, which was a project that NRCS helped fund from the bush fire. These projects that we're going to talk about today have to do with the Telegraph fire. But just as preliminary information, we have submitted 8 proposals to NRCS. 4 have to do with the Telegraph fire. Those are the ones we're going to be talking about today. 3 are pertinent to the bush fire, and one of them is the Woodbury fire. And we haven't heard about the Woodbury fire and the bush the only 4 that we've heard about is the Telegraph fire. We're waiting to hear about the other 4. Okay. So back to the agenda item here, approval to enter into an agreement with NRCS for funding from the Emergency Watershed Protection Program. And it has to do, like I mentioned, about the Telegraph fire. All of us know that we suffered tremendous flood damages as a result of the increased flow from the burnt scars, and as well as a strong monsoon season. So we worked with J.E. Fuller and NRCS, and we visited the areas earlier this year, July 28th. We actually found like 22 areas where we thought work should be done. Of the 22 areas, 7 of them were not private land. They're forest land, and so Emergency Watershed Protection Program does not apply to forest land. So those were put to the side. We looked at the other 15 projects, and we ranked ordered them from cost benefit, how they help the community, how they help private properties, and of the 15, we identified 6. We combined the 6 into 4, and it's the 4 that you're going to be hearing about today. So a lot of work has been done into trying to qualify the projects for NRCS, Emergency Watershed Protection, and also to rank order them all, because we were looking for the biggest bang for the buck, and that's what we're going to be hearing about today, these 4 particular projects. So I'm going to read a little bit about each of the projects. There's 4 of them. Russell Gulch, the drainage from Russell Gulch is one of them. 6-Shooter Canyon Drainage, Ice House Canyon Drainage, and Bloody Tanks. So let's start with Russell Gulch. Hospital, the power station, and residents have experienced repetitive post-fire flooding, not just once, but many times. At Russell Gulch, along the stretch from Little Acres Community, alongside of Story Road, to North Hospital Drive, this entire area, Both Russell and Bessich Road have been subject to repeated overtopping and road closures during the rain events. Proposed improvement for the downstream stretch includes sediment and debris removal from the channel to rebuild and repair what we call the hospital dike, provide bank protection upstream of the hospital. The proposed improvements include, of course, sediment and debris removal. All of these projects have some of that, and as well as bank protection to protect Russell Road. We are going to be funneling the water at the crossing using gabions to protect the bank. Upstream of the hospital, we're going to put a two-year channel, a two-year flood event channel that would be maintainable. And that's the work that we're going to be doing along Russell Gulch. What you didn't hear is the low water crossing itself and the box culvert along Hospital Road, because those are transportation corridors according to NRCS and are not part of the funding. So we're going to look for hazard mitigation funding, or we're going to look for HER funding to help with what needs to be done, both at the low water crossing and at the box culvert. So the next project is 6 Shooter. I call that the bridge stabilization and channel improvements. Again, a lot of significant flooding that eroded the bridge abutments at 6 Shooter Canyon Drive near East Dolores Lane, and resulted in overtopping of 6 Shooter Canyon upstream and downstream of the bridge section. Project improvements include stream bank stabilization upstream and downstream of the crossing, and bridge abutment protection at the crossing. There's 7,200 linear feet of bank protection that is being proposed on both sides of the stream. We're probably thinking gabion basket, something like a gabion basket bank protection to protect both the road and the bridge. Those are the 2 large projects. There are 2 smaller projects. The Ice House Bridge Protection is one of them. And the project improvements include stream bank stabilization. Again, we're talking gabion baskets and bridge abutment protection. In this particular case, it can also be riprap. Bloody Tanks Channel is the last one. The town of Miami experienced significant flooding during many of the events, especially one of them, where bloody tanks wash over top US 60 and flooded a wide section of the town of Miami. So this particular project includes sediment and debris removal a little bit upstream of US 60 and all the way through the town of Miami. Those are basically the summaries of the projects. The designs are conceptual. Some of them are at the 10%, others are at 30% design. And we needed to do that to estimate the cost of the project. So we, with the conceptual design and the cost estimate from the engineers, we proposed to NRCS, and NRCS has approved funding for the projects in the amount of $8,230,029.75. The county is responsible for 25% in matching funds, and the matching funds are $2,743,343.25. The total cost of all 4 projects is $10,973,373. So we've been talking to DEMA and Department of Emergency Management and Department of Forest and Fire Protection for help with the local share. We have a meeting scheduled later this week. We thought because of the short NRCS timeline, they give us 220 days to complete the projects. We wanted to get this in front of you as soon as we could. Later this week, we'll know how much contribution we're going to get from DFFM. A meeting is scheduled for tomorrow. I don't have the time, but they promised to have that meeting on Wednesday of this week. At the meeting, we're going to approach them that they should help us with the entire local share, the full 25% of the project, the $2.7 million that we just talked about. They may ask us to contribute something, and we'd like to offer that we could contribute 20% of the local share. And at maximum, that we can contribute 20% of the local share, and that would be a sum of $548,668.65. We talked to the county manager, and we do have funding to support that. So if we're required to contribute something to show that we're committed to the project, then we'd like to offer no more than that to DEMA, FEMA, DEMA and Department of Fire and Forest Management later this week. And in the interest of making sure that we don't have to ask for extensions or that NRCS finds a way to disqualify us for not meeting the time constrictions that they have, we wanted to bring this in front of you, and I would like to, at this time, ask that we modify the agenda that had been proposed to you to include what I just talked about. And so I'd like to read the proposed agenda at this point in time. To authorize the chairman's signature on the necessary documents required by the National Resource Conservation Service to receive funding through the Emergency Watershed Protection Program in the amount of $8,230,029.75, contingent upon Gila County receiving 80% of the local share requirement from the Arizona Department of Emergency Services and Arizona Department of Forestry and Fire Management. The county share would be $548,668.65, and the DEMA DFFM share would be a total of $2,194,674.60. That's the amended agenda that includes that contingency at the end. At this time, I'll entertain any questions.
Supervisor Christensen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Vela. So I think I understand everything you said. Help me, though. The NRCS, is that a national thing or is that a state thing?
It's a national.
National, okay. And we're going to try and get 80% of the local match money from the state forestry and DEMA.
Correct.
Okay. And so what we're voting on today, this amended amendment would then reflect that we would approve it up to that point and no more.
That's correct, that you would approve it, the county having to spend $448,000 and no more.
548, right?
548,668.65, yes.
Okay, thank you. I think I understand that.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, go ahead.
Could I clarify that the request from DFM and DEMA will be to fully fund the 25% match that is required by NRCS? So this, in the motion that Mr. Vela has offered, it would be that should DEMA and DFM fund us, but they say, well, we need to have some county involvement, that the board would approve with this up to the 20% of the local match, which is the $548,000 that's been mentioned. So the request from the state, out of the $100 million that has been set aside by the legislature for dealing with these fires, we will be requesting the full 25% from the state for that.
Supervisor Klein, do you have questions, comments?
Well, I see the point in all this for sure, and I see the reasoning to go with this route. I guess it's just an uncertainty whether or not the state's going to pay the match part of it, but and you're saying we have the money if they don't, right?
Up to the $548,000.
Right.
Not the $2
No,
million
right,
plus.
the 500 and some odd thousand. So You know, it just really kind of puts us in a position that we, in my opinion, is we go ahead and go with it and see if we can't fix these issues. These are some major issues, and I'll be surprised if that's all the money it takes to get them resolved, to be honest with you. And so, long as we can live up to the 548, you know, and maybe we may not have to at that too. So, that, Mr. Chair, I'm good.
Okay, thank you. I guess in a way, I just kind of want to be sure that it's not this or nothing. I mean, what if they don't and they ask us for 2% more, or what if they don't and we can still do a project or two? If this is concerning 4 projects, I don't want. If this doesn't work, then we're just out of luck. I mean, this doesn't blow us out of the water if it's this or nothing. Is that correct?
That's correct. The team has been talking about how do we scale the projects down. I mean, how do we use some of this NRCS money to the ability that we can in the event that we don't find the partnership that we'd like from DEMA, DFAM. And we'll come back to the board. We'll ask for a meeting as soon as we can with trying to meet that 220 time frame that they have. But this is like a first step. Hopefully we're successful with this. If we come back, it's because the plan has changed, and we'll be looking for what's the most we can do with the monies that are there.
Okay, yeah, good. I just didn't want this to be all or nothing. I wanted to be able to figure out how to keep playing baseball here, so that's all. Okay, thank you very much. Supervisor Klein, did you have something else?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Homer, one other thing I just sitting here thinking too, these are major projects that you just listed, these 4. And so what about all the other projects, the little smaller projects out there? Is that going to be another basket of money later on after we get these main ones resolved?
There are other grant fundings available. Hazard mitigation is one of them that we'll be looking for. For instance, the project at Campaign Creek, the state doesn't offer any funding for the Woodbury fire, so we're going to be chasing hazard mitigation grant funding for that one. The NRCS funding actually has time frames that are associated with the event. The event that happened, you need to bring NRCS out here, file with them a certain amount of time. So many of these events, that time has already passed, and we're not able to go back to NRCS and claim that we want to receive funding. Now, the next event that happens in the winter time, then we can go back to NRCS for funding. But we're looking at hazard mitigation for some of the other projects. We're still actually doing cleanup work with the monies that are available for cleaning up properties, and we need to take full advantage of that. We shouldn't let go of that until we're done. Mm-hmm. And I think we need to do an assessment of the county that says, what have we forgotten? What do we need to do again? And do that with the local contractors like we've been doing, so that not everything has to be an NRCS project. That's a really clean, simple, and effective method of doing some cleanup work. Matter of fact, we are going to be going through the town of Miami as one of these projects because we want that entire channel cleaned out completely. But some of that work could be done with that monies that are available today.
Thank you, Homer. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. If there's no further questions, I'll call for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I'll make the motion to authorize the chairman's signature on the necessary documents required by the Natural Resources Conservation Service to receive funding through the Emergency Watershed Protection Program in the amount of $8,230,029.75, contingent upon Gila County receiving 80% of the local share requirements from Arizona Department of Emergency Services, DEMA, and Arizona Department of Forestry and Fire Management, DFFM. The county local share would be $548,668.65, and DEMA and DFFM's share would total $2,194,674.60.
Mr. Chairman, I will second that.
Thank you all very much for all of this work. It's amazing how you get all this done. Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, do so by saying aye.
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 Aye. Item was approved unanimously. Thank you very much. Moving on to E, information, discussion, action to approve the use of OMNIA Cooperative Purchasing City of Tucson contract number 161534 with Empire Machinery for the purchase of a 2021 BOS RCT-350 broom in the amount of $85,905.37 for flood mitigation reimbursable through the Department of Forestry and Fire Management. Again, Homero Villa, thank you.
Thank you. This item is approval to purchase the RCT 350 Brose broom from Empire Machinery. The funding would be coming from the Department of Forestry and Fire Management. Today we have four of these brooms. One of them is 26 years old. It's the oldest broom. The total hours that the broom has been used is 2,336 hours. Seems like a very short time, and it is. Actually, they don't use that broom a whole lot. And this is kind of like what happens with some fleet vehicles. The older they get, the less it's used. This broom is antiquated, needs to be replaced. This is an opportunity for us to replace it. And to be true to the Department of Forestry and Fire Management, we are going to be using the broom during storm events, after storm events. But we're also going to be using the broom for chip sealing and for culvert cleaning. And in other instances where we need to use the broom. So the broom, actually, Star Valley, I talked to Star Valley Road Yard this morning. They're using one of their other brooms this morning to do some work. So the brooms get used a lot. They're very effective for taking the dust off the road after the storm events, and so we would really benefit from this broom. And we would not be adding additional equipment to our inventory. We would be auctioning the old broom and replacing it with the new one. So with that, we'd like to ask for your approval to use the Tucson contract to buy this broom from Empire.
Supervisor Christensen, do you have questions or comments?
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Homero. It looks like this one has a shovel on the front too to push things out of the way. Do they all have that? I mean,
I don't know. I can't answer that question. I'm sorry. I don't believe so. If you look at how this broom, the specifications for this broom, it looks like they went and checked off many of the things. The cab has a lot of comfort features, etc. So it's a fully equipped broom.
Okay. Thank you.
Supervisor Klein.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So my thoughts and my opinion are is if we have an old piece of equipment that needs replaced, we need to take it out of the budget and replace it. That's not what the DIFA money's for, in my opinion. And if we didn't have a broom at all and we needed a broom to sweep our roads off after flooding events, I agree with that. But we have brooms, and to just use the money for a replacement, I'm not in favor of that at all. So, but like I said, if we didn't have one at all, it's kind of like the skidster the other day. It's the same principle with me. So, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. If there's no further questions, I will call for a motion.
I have a question again.
Okay, we have another question.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the money, the reimbursable from the state, is there a limit to how much we can receive over time from that fund?
I believe there's $75 million that can be used for this for the entire state.
Right.
And so we spent, I believe, Michael O'Driscoll is back here, probably in excess of $5 million at this point in time, including all the different cleanups that have taken place and the equipment that have been purchased. This broom, we will serve to help storm cleanups. It'll definitely be used for that.
Do you know the
So-
status or balance of that 75 million so far? Have any idea?
No, I do not. Let's
Okay.
see if others in the audience would care to.
Just wondering how many people are
Speak to that.
using it. Okay.
Good morning, Supervisors. So,
Hold on. Did you want that comment from? Okay, you got that. So, okay, now we have Michael Driscoll at the mic. So, okay, go ahead.
so the 75 million, so actually we're working out of a pot of about 36 million of that 100 million set aside for recovery efforts. So of that 36 million, we're closing in on about $6 million Gila County has used, which includes, the 213 RRs, we call them, which are the resource requests, which provided us with the sandbaggers, all sorts of equipment, and that includes the city of Globe and the town of Miami as well in that price. It also includes, we're closing in on about $1 million of that $6 million is for property cleanup. So we're expecting about another $1 million to be submitted for reimbursement for a total of $2 million for the property cleanup, and then about $5 million towards the resources we needed during the fire and after the fire to help clean out to hire the contractors and buy some equipment to go ahead and clean out some of the drainage areas in the streets and things like that. So I hope that helps.
Yeah, thank you.
You bet.
Thank you.
Yeah, I understand Mr. Klein's position. I just want to say that.
Mr. Chairman,
Okay, okay. Go ahead, Mr. Minlove.
Michael, I just to kind of infer from Supervisor Christensen, do you know how much of the 36 million statewide has been used?
We are not given that, but Gila County is the biggest user of those funds. Not other, there's one other county that happens. We're only
Okay. That's helpful.
Okay, my turn. You did say that the reimbursement funding source was informed that this will be used for projects other than complete storm cleanup. Is that correct?
It'll be used for storm cleanup and other projects.
Okay,
Actually-
and the
actually,
funding source is aware of that? The reimbursement?
A lot of this equipment will outlive the 3 years that we may get the impact from these fires. So I would assume that they're aware that much of this equipment that is being purchased has a life that's longer than just the impact from these storms.
Okay.
But it's meant to help with these storms.
Right. I agree. That was a question, and you answered it the best you could. And so, kind of where I'm going with this is these floods were put up on us. We didn't ask for it to be burnt. We didn't ask for it to rain after it was burnt. And so kind of my take on it is, why should we wear out our existing older equipment on this cleanup that we're doing a lot of and constantly every time it rains, because the federal government decided to burn our watersheds? So, I mean, I understand both sides, but like where I'm at, why should it cause more burden on the equipment that we already have? Why not use it for reimbursing on some of the equipment that we would wear out our own equipment, and because of the situation that we're in, and that's my take on it. And so I believe I asked for a motion, and I'm finished, and so if there's no further questions or comments, I'll call for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I do move to approve the use of the Omnia Cooperative Purchasing City of Tucson contract number 161534 with Empire Machinery for the purchase of the 2021 Bros RCT-350 broom in the amount of $85,905.37.
And I'll second that, Mr. Chair.
Okay, having a motion and a second, those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those not in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Item was approved, 2-1. Okay. Moving on. Thank you very much, Omar. Moving on to G, information discussion action for the Board of Supervisors to ratify its approval of the board chairman's signature on emergency service agreements and various other contract amendments to provide related emergency post-fire mitigation services.
Sir?
Oh,
F.
oh, I skipped one. Okay, sorry about that.
I thought my glasses were dirty.
Yeah, no, my notes on the last one overwrote this one, and so I wrote all over it. That's why I missed it. Okay, moving on. Melissa, you didn't look like Mary anyway. Okay. Information discussion action to authorize the advertisement of request for proposal number 081121, weatherization materials and services for a contract to provide weatherization materials and services. Melissa, good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairman Humphrey and members of the board. This is a request for proposal. What we've done in the past for our weatherization program is actually do an individual base, but it's becoming just more cumbersome. This will kind of tighten it up and do it for the year from the time we get the bids. We, because of the cost-effective and the computerized energy audits that we do, the pool of contractors is smaller, so we're trying to kind of bring this together so we can get more jobs out the door.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Christensen, do you have questions? Comments?
Ms. Bazan, I do not have any questions.
Supervisor Klein.
Neither do I, Melissa, but thanks for doing this. You've always done a good job on this.
Okay, this is one contractor to do your.
It will be one contractor.
Okay, and so you are accepting bids at this point, and is that at an hourly rate or how?
There's a scope of work that they will bid on individual, for example, installation of insulation,
okay,
hot water heater.
So this will be it'll be bid out per project?
Per project.
Oh,
no,
okay.
No, it'll be bid out for the year on the projects.
Okay, but they have a list of what?
Yes, sir.
What their scope of work will include?
Specific, yep.
Okay.
Each measure.
Okay, and are you having any luck with the local contractors?
No.
You're not?
Not right now.
Okay. Another question, yeah, okay. All right, well, I thank you very much, and darn the local contractors for not trying to help you more. Okay, if there's no further questions, I'll call for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I'll make the motion to authorize the advertisement of request for proposals number 081121.
I will second.
Having a motion and a second, all in favor do so by saying aye.
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 Aye. Item was approved. Melissa, thank you. Okay, moving on to G. There you are. I got way ahead of myself, so we're catching up. Information discussion action for the Board of Supervisors to ratify its approval of the board chairman's signature on emergency service agreement and various other contracts amendments to provide related emergency post-fire mitigation services. Mary Springer, good morning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members, supervisors. These are all the emergency contracts and amendments that we've done in order to take care of the flood mitigation things that have happened. And the way it works is you've approved the contracts. We need to bring them back to the board to have them ratified. But it also keeps those contractors working so we can continue. We get a 213 RR from the state. They go out to do the work, and then as we get close to that limit, which is in a lot of these contracts has been $75,000, then we come back to you to see if we can get the amendment. And now we're back to the board asking to ratify those signatures. So the list of the contractors that we have contracted with and the amendments are on the agenda item, and these are local contractors.
Thank you.
If you have any questions.
Supervisor Christensen, do you have questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Springer. I don't have any questions.
Supervisor Klein?
No, I think I'm good right now. Thanks, Mary.
Okay. If there's no further questions, I'll call for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'll move to ratify the Board of Supervisors' approval for the board chairman's signature on emergency service agreements and various other contract amendments to provide related emergency post-fire mitigation services as presented.
And I'll second that.
Having a motion second, all in favor do so by saying aye.
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 Aye. Item was approved
Thank you.
unanimously. Thank you very much. Okay, Michael, are you ready? Okay, we have like, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and you're in line for all of them. They're all about the same thing,
Except the first one.
except the first one. And, okay, and board members, as we go forward, we're going to have to vote on each one of these individually. But Michael, if you'd like to cover them, if you want me to go through the first one first, I will. And then if you want to go through all of them while you're visiting or while you're explaining them, that would be fine. Or if you just want to do them one as we go. Doesn't matter.
I think it would be appropriate if you explained it all and then they moved for each motion individually.
Great, thank you.
I don't think you have much to say for each item.
I hope not.
Oh,
Thank you, Jessica.
Okay, you said they're all the same except for the first one, so you want to do the first one?
Yes, please.
Okay, we're on H. Information, discussion, action to review all bids submitted for request for proposal number 072721, a subgrantee for project management, health disparity efforts to enhance testing for COVID-19 in underserved populations. Award a contract to the lowest, most responsible and qualified company and accept the project management grant award in the amount of $520,000 for the period July 1st, 2021 through June 30th, 2023. Mr. O'Driscoll.
Great. Thank you, Chairman, members of the board. So this RFP went out. It was advertised in the Arizona Silver Belt on August 25th and September 1st. Bids were sent into the finance department, and our finance department notified the health department that they received one bid for this contract, and that contractor did meet the requirements of this grant. So my recommendation is to award this to that one contractor. And I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Supervisor Christensen, questions?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. O'Driscoll. And this is paid for through COVID money.
Correct.
Right.
100%.
Okay. Thank you.
You bet.
Supervisor Klein.
Michael, thank you. Where's this Wowza? Where are they from?
They have an office in Globe.
Oh, okay.
Right next to the Travel Lodge.
Okay.
So the good news is they have an office there, and they're hiring local people too. So it's a bonus
Thank you.
there. You betcha, sir.
Okay, I have no questions, so I'll ask for motion.
Mr. Chair, I'll make the motion to award a contract to Wowza LLC in the amount of $520,000 to provide services outlined in the scope of work for request for proposals number 072721 and accept the project management grant award in the amount of $520,000 for the period of July 1st, 2021 through June 30th, 2023.
I will second that.
Having a motion and a second, all in favor do so by saying aye.
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 Aye. Item was approved unanimously. Okay, now comes a 1, 2, 3, 4. You're 5 in line. Okay, so we are now on item number I. And so I will read it. Okay, information, discussion, action to authorize the chairman's signature on a quitclaim deed to quitclaim a portion of Essers parcel number 207-21-008C, reference as Section 1 and description in Exhibit A of the quitclaim deed to the City of Globe for $10. And Michael O'Driscoll, you're up, and all these other go about the same, but go ahead with it.
Great. Thank you, Chairman and members of the board. So before I get into these items, I'd like to thank Jessica from the county attorney, Scott Warren from Public Works, and Missy Henderson as well. This is the first attempt I've made at quitclaim deeds. It was a mess, this project, and I've received some legal counsel and direction. Everybody pitched in to really help me out with these, so thank you very much. So this goes to, in the Globe Cemetery, if you remember, we had an animal shelter that we're utilizing in there. And in the process of building the new animal shelter, and what the plan was to quitclaim deed that particular property with the animal shelter in the Globe Cemetery, which was identified at 50% ownership Gila County, 50% ownership City of Globe, quitclaim deed that to the City of Globe because they're looking to expand their cemetery size simply because they're running out of plots. And so in the process of doing this, Scott over at Public Works called me the day I was in front of the board the last time with this and said, we have a lot more ownership in that property than we thought. Some as partial owner, some as complete owner. So, and this goes all the way back to 1908. Scott did an exceptional job digging up these papers that were recorded in the city or in the Gila County, and he pulled these deeds out, and it turns out that there's 5 separate deeds that we needed to go in front of the board and recommend that they quitclaim deed those parcels and those partial parcels over to the City of Globe just to make it clean for everybody. I did not realize it was going back to 1908, but that's it in a nutshell. So we have quite a few different parcels that were owned by individuals in the past, deeded to the county, or a couple parcels that were partially owned by the county in the City of Globe. And that's all in a package individually, which is why we did it individually, so we could at least pull those out and explain this part of this parcel is owned by Gila County. We're going to deed that over to the City of Globe. So that's what we're trying to clear up here. And if you have no questions to begin with, I'll go ahead and do the first lot. So there's a map in your package, and there's also a map on the screen behind you if you want to take a look at. So this first one is, this particular one dates back to 1908, which was recorded, and it was owned by the Gila County, solely owned by Gila County. So there's 3 portions to this one parcel. This is portion 1 that we're going to ask to deed back to the City of Globe. And it shows in the bottom right hand of the map of the Globe Cemetery in the map there. The second deed is from 1911, and this is the largest parcel that we have here that was owned by by Gila County as well. And I'll wait for the map to pop up. So if you look, that is the biggest property in Globe Cemetery, and that was also owned by deed in 1911 by Gila County. So that's a second portion of that large parcel that's split up into 3 different sections that will recommend deeding back to the City of Globe. The third lot part of this lot is from a 1913 deed. And if you looked at the package, the first 2 deeds were very difficult to write. So I think Scott did an amazing job trying to figure out what all that said and who goes to what. And this particular property, again, owned by Gila County. It's the last portion of that one parcel that's split up into three different areas that we're going to deed back to, recommend deeding back to the city of Globe. And then if we move on to the next one, this is a 1994 deed. And this is where this particular parcel is owned 50% by Gila County, 50% owned by the city of Globe. So if you look on the map, this is a separate parcel from what we were talking about for the first three items. But this is also like right in the middle of the cemetery as well. So we'll recommend deeding this back to the city of Globe as well. The next one goes back to 1926. And this is also a 50% interest by the city of Globe and 50% interest by Gila County. And so we're going to go ahead and recommend that this is all part of the Globe Cemetery operations currently today. So deed this back to the city of Globe as well. And then the last one, this is an interesting one if you thought this was getting complicated. So this is actually the parcel that the old animal shelter sits on. And there is a 1971 lease that was signed by the city of Globe and Gila County Board at that time that basically identified city of Globe, Gila County as 50% ownership of the lot and the building itself. And then there is also an updated 1973 lease, which corrected the legal description only in the 1971 lease. So the 1973 lease is the one that actually has the correct description, and that was the one that was updated in 1973 and recorded as well. So that identified Gila County and the city of Globe as joint owner of the lot, and this quitclaim deed basically, to clear up any confusion legally, is to, it would be a recommend quitclaiming deed the lot and any building that's on top of that to the city of Globe. And that way we can clear up any legal gray area out there, just quitclaim deed everything on that lot over to the city of Globe. And so I hope I haven't confused even more. But I tell you, this was an interesting project to work on to find out who owned what. And it even goes back to the individual residents, whether they're single, married, or unmarried, that donated or deeded some of these lots to the county as well. And in the middle of that, there's one little tiny parcel that's actually owned by the state of Arizona, because after 7 years of some tax default, it goes back to the state of Arizona ownership. And there's one little piece of property in there that will be the only outlier if the board takes the recommendation and quitclaim deeds all of this back to the city of Globe. And I think that concludes this presentation. I'd be happy to try and answer any questions you have.
Thank you.
You bet.
Michael. Supervisor Christensen.
Thank you, Michael. Yeah, I think I understand. It sounds like a massive amount of digging to get that. What's striking is how oddly shaped all the lots are.
Yeah, it's crazy.
So it's just weird to me that they would be shaped that way.
Yeah, I don't disagree.
Yeah. And so a lot of that you were showing us is actually where people are buried.
Correct.
So was this a county cemetery at one time?
That I couldn't determine at one point in time if the county was in a cemetery business back then. But as far as I know, and maybe Paul Jepson from the city of Globe is here as well, I couldn't find any documentation that actually Gila County.
Just a curiosity.
Yeah.
Okay, that's all I have.
Supervisor Klein.
Good job, Michael. Yeah, I'm all for giving it to you, Paul. It's good.
I think I have just one question.
Yes, sir.
Is there's no structures on any of these other than the existing shelter?
Correct.
Okay, good. That was my only question. Okay, and if there's no further questions, I'll call for a motion. Oh, on I.
On I.
I've already read it.
Okay,
Mr. Chair.
Mr.
Yes.
You can go ahead and combine I through K and just reference section 1, section 2, and section 3, and then we'll go ahead and do K, L, and M individually.
Okay, I think you lost me. My head was.
Did you just say I and J?
I, J, and K.
Okay.
When you get to the second line where it says referenced as section 1, just go ahead and indicate referenced as section 1, section 2, and section 3.
Okay.
Okay, you're going to have to
Okay,
hold my
so
hand,
I
but I'll
have-
give it a try. So,
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I move to authorize the chairman's signature on a quitclaim deed to quitclaim a portion of the assessor's parcel number 20721-008C, referenced as Section 1, and described in Exhibit A of the quitclaim deed to the City of Globe for $10, and also authorize the chairman's signature on Section 2, parcel number 20721-008C, and also Section 3 of the parcel 20721-008C.
I'll second that.
Perfect, sir.
Thank you all very much. Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, do so by saying aye.
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 Aye. Items were approved unanimously. Moving on to L, M, and N. Information, discussion, action to authorize the chairman's signature on a quitclaim deed to quitclaim the 50% interest Gila County has on the portion of S. Ayers parcel number 207-22-001 described in Exhibit A of the quitclaim deed to the City of Globe for $10.
And I'll
Okay, yeah,
so
I'll call
moved.
for a motion
I
to
guess.
accept L, M, and N.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
if you could please make a motion for each one of those
Okay.
individually.
Okay. Then I'll call for a motion on L.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
I will second.
Having a motion second, all in favor, do so by saying aye.
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 Aye. Yeah, next time we need a meeting before the meeting, don't we? Okay. Moving on to M, information, discussion, action to authorize the chairman's signature on a quitclaim deed to quitclaim the 50% interest Gila County has on a portion of S. Ayers parcel number 207-26-002 described in Exhibit A of a quitclaim deed to the City of Globe for $10. I'll call for a motion on M.
Mr. Chairman, I so move.
And I'll second it.
Motion and a second. All in favor, do so by saying aye.
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 Aye. Item was approved unanimously. Moving on to N. Information, discussion, action to authorize chairman's signature on a quitclaim deed to quitclaim the 50% interest of Gila County has on another portion of S. Ayers parcel number 207-26-002 described in Exhibit A on a quitclaim deed to include the old Gila County Animal Shelter building and any and all structures upon this portion of parcel number 207-26-002 to the City of Globe for $10.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Second.
Having a motion second, all in favor do so by saying aye.
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 Aye. Item was approved unanimously. Thank you all very much for helping me get through that.
Great.
Okay, moving.
Oh,
Oh, wait. Do we need a picture of that?
money in hand.
It's not going to be on the front page of the paper.
No, I think either of us.
Another great project with the city and the county working together.
Well, like I say, all the work that they put in to get the research, we're really happy. We have to kind of sort through it and figure out on our end, but it really cleans up, makes it a lot simpler, and we really do need the space. I won't go into any
Yes.
other comments
Any
about
comments?
dying to
Yeah,
get in or anything.
Or
but-
yes, I think we understand why.
Okay, but thank you all.
Thank you all very, very much.
Thank you.
Well, that's crazy. You brought a check. Okay, that's good. Okay, moving on to O. I think it's scheduled for 1:30. It's only 11:20 if that clock's correct. Okay, so I'm going to skip over O and move on with the rest of our agenda, and then we will probably take a recess and reconvene at 1:30. Is that okay? Yes. Okay. All right, then we're moving on to 5. Consent agenda action items. Any matter on the consent agenda item will be removed from the consent agenda and discussed and voted upon as a regular agenda item upon the request of any member of the Board of Supervisors.
No, sir.
Supervisor Christian, do you care to take anything off? Supervisor Klein?
No.
Okay, I don't wish to take anything off, but I would like to very much make a comment on B. I would like to thank Lori Brown very, very much for being on Gila County Planning and Zoning Commission. Hats off to her and thank her for all the help, and also to appoint Melissa Powers. Thank her very much for setting in that position on Lori stepping down. So that's all I had to say on that. And so if no one cares to make a comment or take anything off, I'll call for a motion to accept the consent agenda action items, please.
Mr. Chairman, I will move to approve the consent agenda items 5A through 5F.
And I'll second that, Mr. Chair.
Having a motion and a second, all in favor do so by saying aye.
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 Aye. Item were approved. Okay, call to the public. Do we have any call to the public in Payson?
No, sir.
I see no call to the public here in Globe. Do we have any comments on YouTube? I'd like to thank everybody for joining us on YouTube. It's nice to have them. How many do we have today?
At the most, we have 13.
13. Well, thank you very much for joining and we appreciate you tuning in. Okay, then if there's no call to the public, I will call for recess until 1. Oh, turn the page, Tim. Okay. Number 7. You think I've done this long enough to know there was a number 7? At any time during the meeting pursuant to ARS 38-431.02K, members of the Board of Supervisors and County Manager may present a brief summary of current events. No action may be taken on information presented. Mr. Minlove, do you have something for us today?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have anything further for us this morning.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Supervisor Christensen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Real brief, within the last 2 weeks, regular show on KRIM always goes well. KMOG yesterday went well. Was at a Wendy Rogers rally on Saturday. That's all I'll say about that. And ribbon cutting at the Payson Golf Course with Woody. He was there as well. And so they're really doing a lot at the Payson Golf Course. It's really coming along. Real happy to see that. That's all.
Well, good. Thank you. Supervisor Klein.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for being there as well. But the Payson Golf Course, the ribbon cutting ceremony was for the golf course, but also they're opening up a full-time cafe. And if I'm not mistaken, it's closed on Mondays.
Mondays?
The rest of the time it's open. Really a nice spot. And like Steve said, they're doing an outstanding job on that golf course right now. So that was that. That's good. And I think that's all. I'm good.
Okay. I attended a rural transportation summit conference. I am on that board, and we're working with the City of Globe on putting a sidewalk project in front of legislature to try to get funded for Jess Hayes Road. We're glad to be working with the City of Globe on that. Was on Kiko Radio on the 7th, and I will be on KQAM tonight at 5:30, and I believe Mr. O'Driscoll will join me by phone because we've had some calls on people and the booster shots and things for the COVID, so he will help get that information out, and I'm free choice, whatever somebody, if they care to have the vaccination or don't care, that's entirely up to them. I'm not pushing the vaccination, I'm just giving information for the people that have questions for it, and I appreciate Michael's help for joining me on that to help get that news out to the people. And held a Roosevelt community meeting. That went well. It's well attended. We have 15 to 20, 25 people there sometimes. It's great. In those smaller communities, the people that show up at public meetings. And here I didn't have so much luck. That's why we're doing the radio. So anyway, that's all I have. And if no one has anything further, I'll call for a recess until probably 1:25, maybe. Okay, we're at recess. Okay, hold on just a second, now I'll reconvene. Are we ready? It's close enough to 1:30. Okay. You ready on YouTube? Ready and pacing?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we will reconvene our regular meeting from Tuesday, October 19th. That started at 10, and we took a short recess, and so now our recess is over, and we're going to reconvene. And we are going to, if I can find my paper. Okay, yeah, we're going to reconvene on 4:0. And so we had a complaint with the hearing officer, and this is Charles Sievert on the phone?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, and Mr. Sievert, you asked to have a meeting with the Board of Supervisors? That was
Well, I wish to appeal the hearing officer's decision.
Okay, and you wish to appeal it with the Board of Supervisors?
Well, that was the method by which I was presented to do so.
Okay, and so you have been granted that appeal?
Okay.
And so if you would like to address the board?
Well, sure. You'd like to do that?
Okay, hold on just a second. I've got people talking over you. Okay. Okay. Yeah. No. I've read all the material. So, I mean, I have read the information that I think that Randy was going to present. Is that correct? Okay. And so this information is what Mr. Sievert is going to explain to the board why he thinks things are different than what I have in black and white, or that's what I'm assuming. And so rather than go over what we've already read, I'm going to, if we have, Mr. Sievert, give us just a second, because you called in and we're being sure that we don't have any technical difficulties on being able to hear you. So be patient with us for just a second, if you would, please.
Sure. I can hold on.
Oh, okay. We felt there was feedback. So could you just randomly talk about Walt Disney or something there where we can get some feedback from you? Just repeat your name a couple times or something of that nature.
Well, I think Walt Disney is probably one of the greatest creators of our economy. Probably, Mickey Mouse, Minnie Mouse, and the rest of them. He really did a dang good job bringing cartoons to the American population.
Yeah, we're having a really difficult time. Are you on a cell phone?
Well, I am on a cell phone. Can you hear me now?
That's better than it has been. Hold on, let me check confirmation with my IT people.
Okay.
Okay, if you'll be patient just a second longer, we will try something a little different with our equipment to see if we can't pick your voice up a little better. And we couldn't pre-test this because we didn't know your location, so or phone. So we're trying to get a speaker in to where we might be able to hear better with our equipment.
All right. I can understand that. I used to be an old AV guy, so I know that there's a lot of yellow and red.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Okay.
If we can get a number for him, we can call him.
Okay, what we're going to maybe try is you're on our speaker system and it's not working well. We're going to try to get you to call in another number, which is a conference line, and hopefully we'll be able to hear you a little better. Is that true? Okay, then our IT people will call you. So I guess you're going to need to maybe hang up so that you can receive their call.
Okay, I'll do that.
Okay, and then, yes, if you would, then our IT people will call you back.
Sounds good.
You have reached Charles Seibert. In a moment, you will hear a beep. Please leave your name and number when you hear this beep.
Hello.
You have reached Charles Seibert. In a moment, you will hear a beep. Please leave your name and number when you hear this beep.
Okay, can I speak? Yes, Mr. Seaver, this is chairman of the board, and you're going to need to answer your phone so that we can continue this. I informed you that I was calling you back so we could get a better connection, and we keep getting your voicemail. So we're gonna try another time or two, but you're gonna need to answer your phone for us to continue this, because I don't believe we're going to discontinue this. If you'll answer your phone, thank you.
I thought he understood that we were going to be calling him.
And if not, I just
times if it's marginal, a textbook will do it. After he was informed that we were going to vote. I just want to be comfortable continuing, however I need to continue as. What else is new and exciting this season?
Well, the sun keeps coming up every day.
Days have been awesome without that wind. Oh, it's been nice today.
The wind was not good yesterday. Totally affected our hot tub time.
Is that an outdoor hot tub?
Yeah. So there was these two Amish guys. No. Strange but true. Maybe while we're waiting, we should hear from Randolph.
Oh, Vice Chair, you need to mention it to the chair.
And he's done consulting.
Welcome to Lumen Conferencing. Please enter your passcode followed by the pound or hash key, and I'll connect you. Thank you. Your passcode is confirmed.
Mr. Chairman.
When you hear the tone, you will be the first person to join the meeting. The line will be silent until another person joins.
Community development.
Okay, yeah, I'm just talking to the attorney. We can do that, and he's not gonna do anything but reiterate what you. But it will give him time to call.
Okay.
And if we get no comment from him, I'm ready to go ahead with it.
Okay.
Right now, but yeah, but by hearing from two, give him call in, and if he doesn't.
I agree. Thank you.
Well, there was had a chance to get 30 minutes to go back and did.
Yeah.
But I gotta wait for Marion now.
Yes.
Okay, and that's fine. Randy, I believe what we're gonna do is when I get Marion back in the room, we'll go ahead and let you present to give Mr. Seaverd.
Mr. Seaverd, are you on the line?
Yes, are you?
Okay, wait. Okay,
You hear me now?
that's a lot better. You
That's
wanna get
better?
Marion back in
Okay.
here, please? Oh, never mind.
All right.
Yes, it's going to be just a minute before we get this thing rolling, Mr. Seaverd. I'm glad that you called back in, and yes, I could hear you a lot better. We are in absence of our clerk of the board, but we'll get her back in the room, and then we will proceed. Okay, Mr. Sievert, we are now convened, and you have the Board of Supervisors, Supervisor Klein, Supervisor Christensen, Supervisor Humphrey here with the clerk of the board and our attorney. And so go ahead and present your defense.
All right. Well, this has been going on for at least a year now. And I have to say that the charges that were brought up in front of me have been bogus and not in line with any sort of protocol for health and safety. Now, I have told the county and the hearing officer too my situation and how I've come across this, and I've been working diligently to pick up the pieces after 2 deaths in the family, 3 at my dad. And, I'm working alone here on 3 houses, all in various states of disrepair. And frankly, the charges of having, well, number one, I don't think there's any law that says you can't have a tent in your yard. There's not a law that says that you can't have things in your yard. And one person's junk is another person's resources. And all the stuff that I have on the lot there are resources to me. Those are things that I plan to be building with as soon as I get better. Now, I had quite a spat coming back, and I came right back when the pandemic started. And you had the governor get on the line and tell everyone whose job wasn't essential, they were laid off. And I had then another year of that. And yet, a lot of people disrespected by that. And then you had a fire season. Now, this is, I know, native Arizona, and I've gone through 21 fire seasons. And they've shut down the economy, like what has been happening, community after community, county after county, with no resources. Now, I know we're out there. But we just spent somewhere upwards of $26 trillion over the last 20 years fighting people in some far-off land, blowing up stuff in Afghanistan and Iraq. And you can't tell me we can't get more than a couple biplanes to snuff out fires that are on federal land, that are publicly owned. That, to me, is a gross failure of government. And you add on to that the fact that this governor, our illustrious governor now, took out $10 million from the publicly held treasury, him and his cronies did, and gave it back over to the mining companies. This year alone, $10 million. And now he's charging the counties, you guys, to go around and make up the difference in the budget. And
Okay.
you're trying to go after...
Mr. Sievert, can we kind of stay with what went on with you in Gila County and the hearing officer, not so much the state or the federal government? Can we kind of stay within bounds of the reasons that you're here and the reasons that you think your violations are not where they should be, or even so that you have tried to clean the place up from the violations? Can we kind of stay within that realm and not get down rabbit holes with the federal government and the state, please?
Well, with all due respect, sir, the hearing officer put deadline after deadline on me here. And in doing so, again, you're looking at fines which are, it seems to be the driving force of this hearing and these situations. And frankly, I don't think that the county at all is being forthright with the citizens as to why it's doing this. During a pandemic, during a time in which there are thousands of people that are displaced, and you're coming after me and my family who have religiously paid their property taxes. We've paid our property taxes every year. And all of a sudden, now there's debt in the family who want to come after me and fine me for $5,000 or nothing. Now, I may have a 10-yard that might have housed some things. I might have had a yard sale, and I might have even fixed up a porch whose roof was falling down. None of that warrants a $5,000 fine. And frankly, I think that the board is continuing on in this kind of manner. It's going to be complicit in this theft of public money from the state treasurer. Now, I don't know you guys. I just read your website there. You still seem like you're on top of it. But I want to know, where is the law that says I can't do violation from my property so long as I'm not polluting, so long as I'm not creating a public nuisance, so long as I'm not creating toxic discharge?
Okay, well, the law is in the ordinances that are written, just as a speeding fine. If you drive over the speed limit, our ordinances are our ordinances, and complying with ordinances is one thing, and not complying with ordinances are another. And so the fine is up to $5,000 because the ordinances have been violated, and from what I understand, no attempt to comply with the ordinances.
Well, in respect, sir, I believe I have complied with every single one of the charges that you laid on me. Now, you may say that you have these statutes and regulations. You may compare it with driving under the speed limit. And I'm a commercial driver, and I drive pretty respectfully. I'm not one to be, I fully understand you got to have some speed limits there. But this is not a speed limit situation. This is a property rights situation, and that's constitutional. I don't believe that you can make up laws without representation, and I don't think you can make up these statutes without representation. And you've gone up and you've said there are these statutes, these regulations. I have not been even looking and reading these. I don't think that I'm at all in violation of any of the charges that you put in front of me. Now, I think the county has done a great disservice in the last 21 years in Pine. It used to be a pastoral community without a whole lot of humbug. The county has allowed these major, not major, but these foreign entities to come in and turn Pine into something that should be in some other spot. Pine used to be a dry town, and you couldn't buy beer and wine and liquor anywhere in the town limits. So there's a reason for that. We're supposed to be more than a community. It is more than a community. And now, because the county wanted to make some extra money off of liquor licenses, you have half the population drunk and disorderly, running roughshod over.
Okay, we're kind of avoiding the topic again.
This is completely within the realm. With all due
respect, sir.
I don't believe drunken disorderly has to do with code enforcement at this point or on that particular property. So I'm going to ask you again, because here pretty soon, at some point, I'm going to call for a motion from the Board of Supervisors, because that's what we do on agenda items. And so we understand that you have been in violation or have been accused of being in violation and gone to a hearing officer. And so you wanted a hearing with the Board of Supervisors, as which you have, to convince us not how the nation's going, not how things are, but more of should we go with code enforcement? Should we go with you? And to my knowledge, at this point, you haven't directed to the issue of your property and kind of what you're going to do about it or not do about it, and that's kind of what we're here to hear.
Well, again, I don't think that any of these violations are accurate, and that's right from the get-go. Number one, I have a vehicle there that is in disrepair and I'm using for a storage shed. Number two, I have a mobile trailer there that's been there since before we bought property in 1984, and I was being charged for that, being on the property. So I have a county team here who's making up these ordinances that I don't believe that I am in violation of. Now, I don't know how else to say that. And number one, these code enforcement agents, they got to have their job and they got to have their money spent. I get that, but this is not. These aren't valid violations, is what I'm saying.
Okay, so at this point, you disagree with the county ordinances. Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, I've read the county ordinances, and I believe that I'm in violation of them. Now, it says right there, you can have an inoperable vehicle. You can have stuff on your property. Now, I don't have any trash on my property. I take pretty good care of that property. I may not be rich, and I may not be able to a new house up there. It'll take some time. But I'm working on that property. And I'm working on it for years. And this whole situation has come up because they had approved a 3-story building in a 1-story community. Now that's your charge. And as soon as I started asking questions about that, that's when I started getting all this hoo-ha.
Okay.
And I don't get it. I don't.
Okay. I think we've given you time to present your case. Supervisor Christensen, do you have questions of either ordinance, code enforcement, or are you ready for a motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Perhaps I'll ask a few questions. Thank you, Mr. Sievert, for being here today. I'm Steve Christensen, the District 1 Supervisor, and your property in question is in my district, and I have driven by there and taken a look, just to let you know, a couple of times. So I guess my question is, and I have seen where you have an inoperable vehicle, it's a few things piled up on it, things are in a bit of a disrepair, and I see that. And I understand your reasoning when you say that, we've had unfair deadlines or that COVID hit and delayed things, and that the things that are on your property are your private property, that they're your personal resources that you choose to use. And I understand that. And in a way, I respect that. However, the ordinances, I think that are in question here that you're disagreeing with are how your items are stored on the property and where, so that they do not become an eyesore to those that are around you. So in an effort to be a good neighbor, we're asking that you comply with the ordinances so that the property looks more cleaned up and tidy. So that, I know that's not really a question, that's more of a statement. So I would like to ask our community development, either Randy or Tiffany or both, to help me understand what the minimal amount that Mr. Sievert would need to do to come into compliance on his property to have his personal items in such a situation that he can have them, own them, and not be in violation of something. So Mr. Randy Plumer is going to come and speak now.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Supervisors. So the inoperable vehicle would have to be in the back third of the property and can be placed back there, and that would be fine. It's in the front yard. It is on the Lomanita side of his address, which is where his address is from. And then his deck, he would have to pull a permit and have plans submitted, and we would do a review and approve the permit or approve the deck as long as it's in compliance. And pretty minor things, to be honest with you. Just hasn't wanted compliance, and the hearing officer has explained that, given those options, and given time, and followed all the procedures, and compliance was not achieved, so the hearing officer made his ruling.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Sievert, did you hear the comments of Mr. Plumer?
I did. And the front yard of the property faces First Gravel Road. It does not face Lamina Lane. This is what I'm talking about when I say that the county is making up stuff. Now, that port has always been in the backyard. We've been there. West Lamina Lane has always been the backyard to that property. Now, all of a sudden, because you got Patty Hearst and her 3-story house, you're going to do the switcheroo on me. And I don't think that's acceptable.
Okay, so we have a disagreement as far as what frontage your property has, and I believe the county is taking a position that the front of your lot is on the street that you're calling the backyard. So now you admitted yourself that you've had a year to come into compliance, and I think the county has worked with you and tried to be patient and had multiple hearings. This is just a matter of disagreement on the solution. And
well, I disagree with the zoning, sir. I disagree with how you're diagramming my property. And that is something that needs to be addressed. And the zoning officer, the hearing officer, has not addressed that. Instead, you keep on telling me that I'm in non-compliance, when in fact, this is the state of affairs. That is the fact of the property. And as far as that porch has been concerned, that porch has always been there. All I did was make it safer to make it more compliant with what you have told me to do. Now, I am not going to sit here for a fourth time now and be told that the front of the property is the back of the property and the back of the property is the front of the property without first asking for my zoning permission. Furthermore, the county did not ask my permission or anyone's permission when it granted that 3-story house to go up. And I'm the adjacent neighbor. And you guys went roughshod over the Horizon Code of Arizona. That house should have been built in the portals, not in that neighborhood where trying to tell me this is left is right, right is left, and everything in between. Now, I'm beginning to believe here that you have some other motives involved, and I don't, that's what I'm trying to piece together.
Oh, okay. Okay. Supervisor Christensen, is your question asked and answered?
Yes, thank you, Mr.
To the
Chairman.
point. Supervisor Klein, do you have any questions?
No, Mr. Chair, I don't.
Okay. I started with, but anyway, information, discussion, action to affirm, modify, or reserve the final decision of the Gila County Hearing Officer regarding complaint number CP 2001-001, non-compliance of Gila County zoning ordinance for property located at 6240 West Lamina Lane, Pine. And Randy, I read the ordinance. I didn't give you a whole lot of chance to go on, but I have read what you said. If you would like to present something, go ahead, and then I'm going to go ahead.
No, I've provided all the documentation, pictures, documentation from the hearings with the hearing officer. I believe you have everything in front of you that you would need.
Okay, and then I guess I moved, I guess I'll call for a motion to affirm, modify, or reserve the final decisions.
First, I'd like to say, Mr. Chairman, and then I will move that it's unfortunate that this has to come before the board. I know we haven't likely satisfied Mr. Sievert, but I will move to affirm the final decision of the Gila County Hearing Officer regarding complaint number CP2001-001.
And Mr. Chair, I'll second that.
Having a motion, a second, all in favor, do so by saying aye.
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 Aye. It was confirmed unanimous.
All right. Well, I think I need to appeal this to the Superior Court of That.
I will adjourn today's meeting.